The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, the source of our being, before we were born, you knew us. Our days were ordered long before even our bodies were formed. You have written into your book our past, our present, and our future. Such knowledge is too wonderful for us. In awe we approach you, for we have assumed our own purpose rather than yielding to your own. We have pursued our own will and failed to seek your will for us. Redeeming God, your works are full of wonder, and your grace has surrounded us with your mercy, hemming us in and guarding us from our waywardness. By the presence of your Holy Spirit, guide us in the way you would have us go. Your thoughts, your plans are more numerous than the grains of sand. In your eternity, may we find peace in our time. In your grace plan, may we find our true meaning. And in our lives, may we glorify you and live to show forth your kingdom in our midst. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Donald Trump has another historic achievement for peace and prosperity in the Middle East to reducing threats to Americans at home and abroad. The Wall Street Journal reported Monday, quote, Syria has joined the U.S.-led mission to defeat Islamic State after President Trump and Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara met at the White House, end of quote. This meeting was the first of a Syrian head of state to visit the White House in the 8,000-year history of Damascus. It was promoted by Ambassador Tom Barrack, the tireless Trump envoy for Syria, and Admiral Brad Cooper, head of the U.S. Central Command. I personally appreciate the Trump triumph, as last November I was condemned by the Syrian dictator Assad as an enemy of the state, weeks before he fled to Moscow. Then 8 months later, I was a guest in the Damascus office of Assad with the new president and Senator Jean Shaheen. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump with attacks on civilians. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise with pride, with gratitude, and with some bittersweet news. After nearly 8 years on Team Clark, Catherine Alexander, my communications director and senior advisor, is moving on to her next project and her next chapter. Catherine, affectionately known as K.A. to all of us, brings her incredible style, good humor, patriotism, compassion, and wicked smart strategy to all she does. It's been a privilege to have her in the trenches with me, from late night press conferences to early morning interviews. And it will always be my distinct honor to call her my friend. Thank you, K.A. You are extraordinary. May this next chapter bring you and Mike and Nolan and baby Jude all the happiness and all the bliss that you deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Calvo Enterprise, Inc., as it makes 50 years of service to the people of Guam. From its beginning in 1938 with the island's first locally owned insurance agency, the Calvo family built more than just businesses. They built opportunity for our island. Over the decades, Calvo Enterprise grew to include companies that became part of daily life, from Mid-Pacific Distributors and Pepsi Bottling Company to KUAM, giving our community a strong media voice, and Payless Supermarkets, helping provide food and essentials to our families. What we recognize today is not only business success, but a commitment to Guam through civic and charitable work, including the Edward M. Calvo Cancer Foundation, which has supported families during some of their most difficult moments. 3 generations later, the Calvo family continues to lead with the same values of hard work, integrity, and service to community, helping strengthen our island and create a future our children can rely on. To the Calvo family and every employee who contributed to this agency, thank you. And congratulations on 50 years of growing with Guam and for Guam. May the next 50 be just as strong. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to highlight the $2 million in community project funding I secured for Jones Regional Medical Center in Anamosa to build a permanent state-of-the-art medical simulation lab. For the past several years, JRMC has trained nurses out of 2 temporary trailers, and despite those challenges, their program continues to produce highly skilled providers who are urgently needed across Iowa. This funding will create a 1,700 square foot advanced simulation center that will allow more students to graduate each year and expand training for high demand medical fields. This investment strengthens Iowa's healthcare workforce, supports our rural hospitals, and ensures communities across Jones County have access to trained, qualified providers. I am proud to have secured this funding and remain committed to strengthening healthcare access and training across Iowa. Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Ambassador and Iowa's longest-serving governor, Governor Terry Branstad. Happy birthday, Ambassador and Governor Branstad. With that, I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. In the wake of the late Congressman Grijalva's passing, it has been an honor to wave onto the Education and Workforce Committee and contribute to its work during this transitional period. With the recent and long overdue swearing in of Adelita Grijalva, I respectfully remove myself from the Education and Workforce Committee to ensure she can assume this role seamlessly. Signed sincerely, Yasmin Ansari, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 695, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to increase the rate of the special pension payable to Medal of Honor recipients and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 2392, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2392, an act to increase, effective as of December 1, 2025, the rates of compensation for veterans with service-connected disabilities and the rates of dependency and indemnity compensation for the survivors of certain disabled veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S. 2392.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S. 2392. Each year, Congress passes the Veterans Cost of Living Adjustment Act. The legislation ensures that VA compensation benefits for veterans and their survivors keep pace with inflation and the cost of living. Millions of veterans and their loved ones depend on these benefits to pay for daily living expenses. This bill would help them meet that need by increasing certain VA benefits to the same percentage as the annual Social Security cost of living adjustment increase. We also recognize that this is something we could and should have taken up sooner. And there was real concern that if the shutdown dragged on, the VA might not have had the staff in place to implement the COLA on time. I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, Senators Moran and Blumenthal, for their bipartisan work on this vital, important bill to ensure our veterans get their benefits. And I also want to thank Representative Luttrell for his leadership on this issue. I urge all of my colleagues to support S. 2392. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that we are considering S. 2392, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2025 today. I rise in strong support of the measure, and I thank Senator Moran for introducing the bill and appreciate Representatives Morgan Luttrell and Morgan McGarvey for leading the House version. We have a uniquely solemn charge on the Veterans Affairs Committee to serve those who have served. It is a task I take very seriously, as do my colleagues. We continually strive to deliver on the promise to America's service women and men as they become veterans, that we will take care of you just as you have taken care of us. And so I find it disheartening when I hear conversation gaining speed about veterans not deserving the benefits provided to them, or of defrauding the compensation and pension system en masse. Project 2025, The Economist, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post. We have even heard this from some veterans themselves at recent congressional hearings, that somehow veterans' benefits make them lazy and reward exaggerations. But I know, as does America, that this is a ridiculous notion. I think Senator Duckworth put it perfectly when she said, and I quote, "Portraying disabled veterans as a group of takers who will happily never work again for $3,100 a month is incredibly condescending and disrespectful to these heroic Americans." Our veterans have sworn an oath to risk life and limb to protect our nation. They are honorable and forthright, and they deserve whatever assistance they need post-service to live happy, healthy, productive lives. The sacrifices they make and wounds they take occur not just on the battlefield, but in training and on the home front as well. And these veterans don't just serve alone. Military families sacrifice right alongside their service member. Many are exposed to the same hazardous environments as those in uniform. They are left to care for that service member when their time is done, and they do so willingly and with courage. And so to denigrate them by suggesting the system of veterans benefits is over-generous is grossly insulting to me, and I'm sure to Americans as well. If anything, we know there are still a great deal of toxic exposures, locations, injuries, and illnesses that VA doesn't recognize or cover. Too many veterans and their families are left waiting for help. And so, if anything, we must be more generous. And that is why I am in strong support of this legislation. Raising the compensation owed to our veterans to adjust to the cost of living is a small in dollar amount, but large in significance gesture to demonstrate to veterans and their families that we see them, we understand their plight, and we can and will do what we must to help them. So I urge my colleagues to support our veterans and their families by supporting this legislation. And on the heels of Veterans Day, when we honor those who have served and sacrificed for us, I urge every American to rededicate themselves to uplifting the veterans in their community, our communities across this country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize for 1 minute the gentleman from Texas, who himself is a veteran and a decorated veteran and knows these issues very well, Representative Luttrell.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Bost. I rise today in support of S. 2392. First, I would like to thank Senator Moran and Senator Blumenthal for leading this bill in the Senate. I would also like to thank the DAMA ranking Mr. Morgan McGarvey and Mr. Takana for joining me in co-leading this House companion of S. 2392. As chairman of the Subcommittee of Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs, I am dedicated to serving my fellow veterans. This legislation is necessary to ensure that benefits paid to veterans who are disabled as a result of the military service do not lose value because of economic change outside of their control. Without their disability compensation benefits, victims may not be able to afford the cost of living increase. Many disabled veterans and their families rely on their benefits to help pay for necessities like mortgage payments and groceries. I know there are veterans in my district currently struggling to stay healthy and make ends meet. Personal finances and being able to pay your bills are a major source of stress and anxiety for so many veterans, survivors, and their families. Passing this cost of living adjustment provides them with the peace of mind they deserve and access to benefits they are owed. I know many of my House colleagues are committed to serving their veteran constituents, which is why I urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend who serves on our Economic Opportunity Subcommittee and our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, the gentleman from New York, Representative Tim Kennedy.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S. 2392, the Veterans Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2025. Last Tuesday, we marked Veterans Day. Like many of our colleagues, I joined the Western New York community to honor those who selflessly served our country and their family members who have carried the weight of that service with unwavering strength. I was reminded of their commitment to this country and how the liberties we enjoy today were paid for in duty, courage, sacrifice, and blood. Yet honoring their service demands more than just a simple thank you. It requires us to live up to our moral obligation to support their health, homes, education, families, and futures. These principles continue to guide me as a member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee because our veterans deserve only the best for their service. So it pains me to hear stories of veterans who have to choose between having a roof over their head or putting food on the table because of the affordability crisis in this country. The reason that's happening is clear. Because current veterans' benefits are not keeping pace with the increased cost of living. That should cause alarm in every single member of this body. The benefits our veterans received after they served our country are not gifts or handouts. They are part of a sacred obligation to ensure that those who have defended our freedoms can live with dignity, security, and opportunity. When veterans struggle to meet their basic needs, it's not just a personal burden, it is a national moral failure. Ensuring that benefits keep up with the cost of living isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do economically. It promotes stability. It reduces uncertainty and allows veterans to remain active, contributing members of the communities they help to protect. That is exactly why we need the Veterans Cost of Living Adjustment Act, because it will immediately make critical changes to veterans' benefits just in time for the holidays. By adjusting the rate of these benefits to keep pace with inflation and align with annual increases from the Social Security Administration, our veterans will not have to choose between medication, housing, groceries, or utility bills. Honoring and supporting our veterans should never be a partisan issue. It is a matter of national character. It makes good on the promise made to our military heroes when they answer the call to duty. I will proudly be voting to support this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. Let us honor our veterans not only with ceremonies and speeches, but with policies that uphold their well-being year-round. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize for 1 minute my good friend, the representative from Guam, Representative Mortland.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman is
Chairman.
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this bill, which ensures our veterans, including the thousands who call Guam home, receive the compensation adjustment they have earned through service and sacrifice. Guam has one of the highest per capita veteran population in the nation, and these cost of living increases are essential for families facing high costs and limited health care options. This legislation is simple, bipartisan, and just. It honors every service member who stood the watch from the Indo-Pacific to every corner of the globe. I urge my colleagues to support our veterans and pass this bill. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend who serves on our Health Subcommittee and our Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Dr. Morrison.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S2392, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Act. This bipartisan legislation would provide a 2.8% cost of living increase for VA disability benefits, like disability compensation and clothing allowance, as well as survivor benefits such as dependency and indemnity compensation. Veterans and their families are entitled to and are owed these benefits. And it is our responsibility in Congress to ensure that they continue to provide the utility and financial stability they deserve. Affordability is a top concern for all of my constituents, including the veterans in my community. This adjustment is necessary to help ensure that our veterans and their families can keep pace with the cost of living. As a co-sponsor of this legislation and a member of the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, I'm pleased that we are able to come together on a bipartisan basis to pass this bill that will do just that. I want to end by thanking the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, and Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, for their leadership on this important bill. I'd also like to thank the chair and ranking member for their support as well. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close. Here's our reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on S2392, the Veterans Compensation Cost of Living Adjustment Act of 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I encourage all of our members to vote yes I want to take this time to say thank you to our veterans. This is the right piece of legislation and something that we need to do and make sure we do every year to make sure that those costs of living are covered for our veterans and their survivors. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2392? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Give me the thumbs up. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 782.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 782, resolution expressing condolences and support for the victims of the July 4 flooding in Texas, honoring acts of heroism and committing to stand with those impacted by the floods.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.Res. 782. This resolution also honors the brave first responders who risked their lives while rescuing over 850 souls.
Without objection.
It further pledges our commitment to stand in solidarity with the survivors of this unspeakable tragedy and the families who lost loved ones. My own family has attended summer camps in the Hill Country for many generations, and my grandchildren were there only days before these tragic floods. The July flood stole the lives of over 135 innocent people, including 37 children, some of them my own constituents in District 36. It wreaked havoc on over 2,000 homes and businesses throughout Kerr County. It inflicted $1.1 billion worth of damage on the residences across the Hill Country. Just seeing the tremendous damage in person done by this disaster was an unbelievable experience. I'm very proud of the President's response. By swiftly issuing a major disaster declaration, FEMA has been able to approve $38 million in individual assistance as well as $31 million in public assistance. This tragedy prompted the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, under my chairmanship, to pass the Weather Act authorization. This legislation will improve emergency preparedness for communities nationwide and deliver vital enhancements to our forecasting capabilities, which is why it must be brought to the House floor soon. And while the federal response has been both vigorous and robust, it is the duty of this Congress to offer solace and comfort to the people of Texas. And this resolution today will do just that. I want to thank the gentleman and my good friend from Texas who this tragedy occurred in his district, Congressman Chip Roy, for his able leadership on this bipartisan resolution. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I, too, support House Resolution 782 to express condolences and support for the victims of the July 4th flooding in Texas, and also to honor the acts of heroism and commit to stand with those impacted by the floods through the rebuilding. The floods that tore through Texas Hill Country were devastating beyond words. 135 lives lost, many, many lives changed forever in terms of having to endure it, some of whom we had the privilege of seeing here in this House last July. 3 souls are actually still missing. Families shattered, communities submerged.
more than 200 homes damaged, businesses and infrastructure crippled. And before I go any further, I want to take a moment to acknowledge a heartbreaking loss that my district felt with this, that has touched the Mobile, Alabama community deeply. We're grieving the tragic deaths of 4 members of the same family, the Santana family, a family of military veterans. Eddie Sr., age 69, Ileana, his wife, age 66, Camille, his daughter-in-law, their daughter-in-law, age 38, and Mila Rose, just 5 years old. While visiting Hill Country, they were caught in the floods on that tragic evening. Only one member of that family, Eddie Santana Jr., survived. And I ask that we continue to hold him in our hearts and include his entire family in our prayers as they now face a future with unimaginable sorrow. To all of those grieving, I offer my most sincere condolences. The horror of this disaster is truly hard for any of us to comprehend. Yet in the face of tragedy, we saw extraordinary courage. First responders across Texas, the U.S. Coast Guard, and volunteers from across the country sprang into action, risking their lives to save countless others. And we are eternally grateful for their service and their sacrifice. And though the water has receded in Kerr County, the work is far from over. We must rebuild homes, we must restore the infrastructure, we must revive local businesses, but we must also analyze our federal response and ensure we ask the necessary questions and make the necessary changes. Members, we know now, in light of the tragedy, that the highly specialized search and rescue teams were delayed by over 3 days in getting there. Members also inquired recently about why some call centers' contracts had lapsed in the days leading up and following the flood, leaving some survivors' calls unanswered. And subsequent reports have indicated that a policy at DHS is a contributing factor, a policy that required the Secretary to personally approve any expenditures over $100,000. And this is something that we have to analyze, and we must make the necessary changes. Reports have also revealed that payments for vital disaster recovery projects beyond this one in North Carolina have been indefinitely delayed, and this is not something we can tolerate in response to this tragedy. And if we're going to rebuild Hill Country with the urgency Texans deserve, the bottlenecks must be eliminated. Without this change, we cannot stand here and say that we're doing everything in our power to help Texas. But I am encouraged by the bipartisan efforts on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. We recently passed the FEMA Act with a 57-3 vote. And this legislation would dramatically overhaul FEMA and deliver swift resources to disaster survivors. And I urge House leadership to bring this bill to the floor without delay. And before I close, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that when the family in Mobile, Alabama, when it was brought to my knowledge that they were impacted by this flood, I, being a freshman member of Congress, reached out to some of my Republican colleagues and asked for the number of Chip Roy. And Chip Roy and I had never really had a conversation before that. But I texted him and I said, Chip, well, I called him, but Chip was understandably busy. And he responded back to a text message. I said, Chip, we got a family of 5 missing from my hometown. And Chip didn't ask questions. Chip just said, send me their names. Send me where they were. And I did. And unfortunately, the results were what they were. But Chip, I appreciate that. I do. And I know the families impacted by this appreciate your diligence here as well. So with that, I'll close with saying I support the House Resolution 782 and urge my colleagues to do the same. Let us honor the victims, support the survivors, and ensure our nation responds better and faster in the future. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the resolution sponsor, Representative Chip Roy from Texas.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, I thank my friend from Texas. Thank you for your leadership on this, and I want to thank all of my colleagues from Texas for their support, not just in this resolution, but throughout the ordeal back in July and since, as we continue to work through the tragedy and find the lives that have been lost, still looking for several, as the gentleman from Alabama noted. And I appreciate the kind words from the gentleman from Alabama. There's no time for politics when you're dealing with moments like that, and I appreciated engaging with him. I wish it had been a better outcome, but I do appreciate our engagement on that to try to do what we can for the families that were impacted. And, I will say a few things about this. I have never done a resolution. I generally don't like to focus on resolutions. I feel like we're here to do the business of the people. In this instance, I felt compelled to bring a resolution to the floor on behalf of the people of the Hill Country and behalf of the families affected throughout the country, as the gentleman from Alabama noted. It wasn't just that. It was our colleague from Georgia, Buddy Carter, who had family that were impacted by it, some who survived, at least one little girl who didn't. I could go through the list, but it affected many people in this chamber. The gentlewoman from Houston, from Texas, Lizzie Fletcher, who herself went to camps in the Hill Country and had constituents who were affected by it, and many others. So I felt compelled to bring this resolution to the floor, and I'll explain why in just a minute. But I do want to thank the leadership of so many people in response to the floods that ravaged the community in the Hill Country. And it's hard to put into words exactly how bad it was. 2 days after the flood, I drove down the river and with one of my staffers, and it looked essentially like an F5 tornado just ripped down the valley. 100-plus-year-old cypress trees that were just laid flat. There's so much vegetation waste that has been piled up. I think it would cover something like 100 football fields 10 feet tall. It's so much damage that was done alongside the river. And I raise that because there's so much recriminations and questions. It's not a political thing since the floods, but it is hard to put into words the momentous event that it struck at 4 o'clock in the morning on July 4th. And there are things that no doubt could be done differently. A lot of this is going to be played out over time in litigation and legislation. But that's not really the story for me. That is not what I will remember. That is not what I will carry forward. I will carry forward, and I want to thank personally the President of the United States, Susie Wiles, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, the leadership that engaged from the federal level to the state to the local level, Governor Abbott, the Lieutenant Governor, the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, Nim Kidd, the head of DPS, Freeman Martin, all of the leadership in Kerrville County, Sheriff Latha in particular, the people in the community that stepped up, all of the first responders, the Coast Guard, the gentleman from Alabama mentioned, all of these are people who responded and stood up immediately and didn't point fingers. They just got together in an emergency center and they figured out what to do. And they came together to deliver as quick a result as you could, saved many lives in the process, and then dealt with the loss of life that came from the flood. We'll manage through this as we go forward, whether it's in Texas, whether it's here, whatever policies we change, and that's what you do. That's how you learn and you make policies and you adapt. But I want to make a point about the things that we know are impacted, things that will never be the same. Those cypress trees that are 100 years old, those are not going to be the same for hundreds of years. The damage that was done to the community, the buildings that were ravaged, the little girls whose lives were lost, the people who were down there vacationing whose lives were lost, the camps that were destroyed, Camp Mystic, Camp La Junta, Heart of the Hills, that were destroyed and are now either moving or having to redo their entire models and plans. None of those things are going to be the same. All of those things are now forever changed. But there's one thing that is enduring, and I talked about it when we talked about this the week after it happened when we came back into this chamber, and that is the cross that sits on the hill in Kerrville. It is the faith of the people of Kerrville and Kirk County in Texas that came together under that cross and came together to stand up for something bigger and a vision that is much greater than the tragedy that we endured. That is what is actually going to endure and carry forward. A strong faith and a commitment in honor of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and spreading the gospel of Jesus Christ, and the people that came together in prayer along the streets of Kerrville that comforted families, the $150 million that was raised through the Community Foundation of the Hill Country from all over the country and heavily from Texans, the concerts that were held, the events that were carried out, all of the stuff that came together so that people could not look to point fingers. And look, there's questions that will be asked, but to come together in a tragedy, to stand tall and to come together in a bond that about something that is greater than the loss of life, but that will carry forward and endure forever. That's what I will remember about this. We're going to rebuild. We're going to continue to work. I appreciate this resolution. It's important for the United States House of Representatives to recognize this. I urge its support and adoption, and I'm deeply appreciative of my friend from Texas and all those that have co-sponsored the resolution.
Gentleman's time's expired.
I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Texas is recognized.
Yes, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close. Okay. I reserve.
Okay. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close myself.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I support House Resolution 782 and urge my colleagues to do the same. And again, I want to express my sincere appreciation to Congressman Chip Roy for helping out my district or citizens of my district during this incredible time. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
In closing, this resolution will cement unwavering support of this Congress to the brave folks from the great state of Texas. To honor the lives lost and the perseverance of the survivors, it is our duty to pass this resolution. And with that, I urge support of House Resolution 782, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 782? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 2212 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2212, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish the Intelligence Rotational Assignment Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and to include extraneous material in H.R. 2212.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2212, the DHS Intelligence Rotational Program and Law Enforcement Supportment Act. This bill will improve the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Intelligence and Analysis collaboration with the wider intelligence community. As the only intelligence agency with the duty to share information with state and local law enforcement, it is imperative the Office of Intelligence and Analysis analysts have the effective partnerships within the intelligence community. In addition, I also want to take a second to express my gratitude to the rest of my Homeland Security colleagues on both sides of the aisle as we work to advance over a dozen bipartisan pieces of legislation to the House floor this week. As chairman, I look forward to sending many more legislative priorities to the House floor, and I urge support for H.R. 2212, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, which directs the Secretary of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Director of National Intelligence, to require all components of the Department of Homeland Security intelligence enterprise to participate in the intelligence community's Civilian Joint Duty Program. The Civilian Joint Duty Program allows professionals across the 18 U.S. intelligence agencies to temporarily work in a different U.S. intelligence organization to broaden their skills beyond their home agencies. Requiring the participation of all DHS intelligence offices in the program will expose the DHS intelligence workforce to best practices in the field and promote cross-organizational networks. H.R. 2212 not only supports the professional development of the DHS intelligence workforce, but fosters more information sharing and better positions DHS to identify and mitigate threats to the homeland. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support H.R. 2212, the DHS Intelligence Rotational Assignment Program and Law Enforcement Support Act. Next year, our nation will mark the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. As we approach this solemn milestone, it's important that we reflect on the progress we've made in preventing attacks, as well as the areas where we can continue to improve. Countless Americans work every day across numerous agencies to keep our citizens safe from potential threats. In the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, the intelligence community was strengthened and its ranks were bolstered. Because of their work and the courage of our veterans and service members, our nation has been spared from similar attacks. We thank all of those who serve our nation, both as civilians and service members, in the fight to secure our homeland. Despite this success, we remain vigilant in the face of continuing threats against our country. That means continuing to analyze our tactics, refine our strategies, and ensure that critical information is efficiently shared between agencies. Information silos are not unique to the intelligence community, but they need to overcome them in a more acute way, and the consequences can be far greater if there are problems that arise. The intelligence community's ability to detect and prevent attacks against our homeland depends on coordinated and efficient information flows. We expect smooth interaction and joint maneuvers from our nation's warfighters, and we depend upon the same thing across all components of our intelligence community. However, this coordination can be improved. In 2017, the Inspectors General of the intelligence community, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, all completed a report that noted the DHS intelligence enterprise was not as effective and as valuable as it could be. This was attributed in part to a lack of unity throughout the DHS intelligence enterprise. For the intelligence community, the stakes could not be higher. Our nation's security depends on streamlined coordination across agencies. That's why this bill ensures that the intelligence components of the DHS are fully integrated within joint duty programs across the broader intelligence community, allowing intelligence analysts at DHS to sharpen their knowledge and expertise by spending time across different agencies. These benefits are similar to what many Americans have experienced throughout private industry. As a one-time board member for the Pennsylvania Workforce Development Board and the Republican chair of the Pennsylvania House Labor and Industry Committee, I got to see how innovative ideas like these can improve workplaces. Gaining experiences and making contacts across departments can enhance the efficiency and morale of an organization, helping them achieve their objectives. Rotational programs can take employees out of their respective bubbles, helping them see the big picture of the organization and the important roles that are played by employees in other areas. These same principles and strategies can certainly be translated into the Homeland Security space, where wider knowledge and institutional connections mean stronger security. By giving DHS staff the opportunity to gain knowledge and skills from throughout the department, we give the intelligence community a leg up in their fight to protect our nation. It's time for Congress to codify DHS's Intelligence Rotational Assignment Program and ensure that our intelligence community has the breadth of experience necessary to tackle the threats of tomorrow. With that, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close when the gentleman from New York is prepared to close. I reserve.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from Puerto Rico closes.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2212, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2212, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2212 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1608 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 180, H.R. 1608, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to produce a report on emerging threats and countermeasures related to vehicular terrorism and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1608.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1608, the Department of Homeland Security's Vehicular Terrorism Prevention and Mitigation Act of 2025. Following the vehicular terrorism incident in New Orleans on New Year's Day, and as the U.S. prepares to host several major sporting events starting next year, it is more important than ever that the Department of Homeland Security take a leading role in addressing the threat of vehicular terrorism. This legislation will require DHS to conduct a comprehensive assessment of emerging threats and potential countermeasures. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1608, the Department of Homeland Security Vehicular Terrorism Prevention and Mitigation Act of 2025. In the early morning on New Year's Day this year, an assailant carried out a devastating truck attack against pedestrians in New Orleans, killing 14 victims plus the perpetrator and injuring at least 57 others. This attack is the latest in a string of attacks using vehicles to inflict significant harm. H.R. 1608 would help enhance the Department of Homeland Security's efforts to address threats posed by vehicular terrorism. I support the bill's advancement, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to my friend, gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1608, the Department of Homeland Security Vehicular Terrorism Prevention and Mitigation Act of 2025. On New Year's Day 2025, our nation was shaken by a horrific ISIS-inspired attack in New Orleans that took the lives of 14 innocent people and injured dozens more. This tragedy is a stark reminder that vehicles are increasingly being weaponized as instruments of terror. H.R. 1608 directs the Department of Homeland Security to confront the growing threat of vehicle-based attacks. It mandates a comprehensive assessment of current and emerging tactics, including the potential misuse of autonomous vehicles, rideshare platforms, and connected vehicle technologies. Further, the bill strengthens coordination between federal, state, and local governments and the private sector to better safeguard public gatherings, critical infrastructure, and high-density urban areas. I want to thank Congressman Chuy García, who represents the community devastated by the New Year's Day attack, for his partnership and leadership on this effort. This practical and bipartisan legislation is about honoring the lives we lost by doing everything possible to prevent and mitigate future attacks. With major events on the horizon, including America 250, the FIFA World Cup and the Los Angeles Olympics, we must ensure every necessary security measure is in place to protect the millions of visitors and attendees these events will bring. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1608. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close when the gentleman from New York is prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from Puerto Rico closes.
The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. This bill will help make life easier for all Americans by pushing DHS to advance its efforts to prevent vehicular terrorism. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1608, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1608, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative,
I request the yeas and nays.
the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2659.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 188, H.R. 2659, a bill to ensure the security and integrity of United States critical infrastructure by establishing an interagency task force and requiring a comprehensive report on the targeting of United States critical infrastructure by People's Republic of China, state-sponsored cyber actors, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2659.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2659, the Strengthening Cyber Resilience Against State-Sponsored Threats Act. Following the revelations of the Typhoon actors sponsored by the People's Republic of China, the committee found that the response of the previous administration was unsatisfactory. This legislation will create an interagency task force chaired by the Director of Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency to properly address the cybersecurity threat posed by the People's Republic of China cyber actors. I urge support, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2659, the Strengthening Cyber Resilience Against State-Sponsored Threats Act. This bill establishes an interagency task force to coordinate efforts to combat cyber threats from the People's Republic of China and establishes reporting requirements to ensure Congress is informed on administration efforts. Under the Biden administration, CISA, FBI, and other federal agencies established valuable partnerships to address the threats posed by Chinese state-backed threat actors such as Bolt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon. This bill codifies those efforts. Unfortunately, hundreds of cybersecurity personnel have left CISA under Trump administration pressure, severely undermining the agency's ability to defend critical infrastructure from cyber threats from the PRC and other adversaries. I hope that passing this bill will help demonstrate to the administration the need to prioritize resources and personnel on combating serious cyber threats. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 2659, the Strengthening Cyber Resilience Against State-Sponsored Threats Act. Earlier this year, I introduced this legislation because the United States is facing an increasingly coordinated and persistent effort by malicious cyber actors linked to the government of the People's Republic of China, the PRC. These groups represent one of the most serious national security challenges confronting our nation today. Reports from federal agencies and private sector partners over the past several years have shown that Chinese state-sponsored cyber actors, including Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, and other PRC-affiliated groups, have been targeting the systems and services that Americans rely on every single day. In committee, it's been under testimony, 98% of our municipalities operate under the cybersecurity poverty, meaning that they don't have the resources to defend themselves. These intrusions have affected communication providers, energy operators, water systems, transportation networks, and other sectors that are fundamental to public safety and economic stability. What has become clear is that these actors are not simply trying to collect information. In many cases, they have attempted to position themselves inside sensitive systems for long periods of time, for years in some cases, before being discovered. Their activity indicates preparation for the possibility of major disruption during a time of crisis, including potentially over Taiwan. This is a serious strategic concern, and it demands a serious national response. These groups often use advanced techniques that allow them to operate quietly within everyday system activity. They rely on legitimate tools and access privileges to conceal malicious behavior. This makes detection extremely difficult and allows intrusions to remain unnoticed until long after a compromise has taken place. While federal agencies have taken important steps to respond, the overall effort has revealed significant challenges in the way our government organizes its cybersecurity responsibilities. Multiple agencies share roles in protecting critical infrastructure, but they operate under different missions, structures, and authorities. During fast-moving or complex incidents, these differences can slow the exchange of information and create uncertainty about responsibility and response actions. H.R. 2659 addresses these gaps by directing the creation of a joint interagency task force led by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, in partnership with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This task force will bring together the agencies that serve as sector risk management agencies, along with intelligence community and other federal partners with responsibility for critical infrastructure security. The goal is straightforward. Federal actions must be aligned, coordinated, and based on a shared understanding of the threat environment. The legislation also requires the task force provide Congress with a detailed initial assessment, followed by annual reports for 5 years. These reports will offer insight into the tactics used by PRC-affiliated cyber actors, vulnerabilities across sectors, the potential impacts of disruptions during a major crisis, and any additional tools or authorities federal agencies may need. Classified briefings will ensure that Congress receives timely and accurate information necessary to evaluate our nationwide posture. The bill strengthens unity effort. It improves coordination, it increases visibility and accountability, and it assures that the United States can respond to foreign cyber aggression with preparation rather than reaction. H.R. 2659 reflects lessons learned from real-world incidents. It elevates our national approach to cybersecurity, and it helps protect American communities from adversaries who are actively working to compromise the systems that support our way of life. We cannot let a bureaucracy stand in the way of defending our nation's cybersecurity. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close when the gentleman from New York is prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it'd be remiss to, if I did not mention the ranking member of the full committee, the ranking member of the subcommittee who worked so hard on getting this bill across the finish line. And I'm very excited that this is a very nice bipartisan effort of something that has to get done. There's a big focus that we have to have on the People's Republic of China and what they're doing when it comes to cybersecurity. And at this time, I would like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2659, the Strengthening Cyber Resilience Against State-Sponsored Threats Act. I want to thank Congressman Ogles for his leadership on this legislation and for his commitment to enhancing the security of our nation's critical infrastructure. In recent years, the United States has faced an alarming surge in malicious cyber activity originating from groups aligned with the government of the People's Republic of China. These actors have demonstrated a level of sophistication and planning that reflects both significant resources and a deep understanding of the essential systems that keep our country functioning. Groups associated with the PRC, including those known as Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, and others, have directed their attention toward the networks that deliver power, water, communications, transportation services, and other foundational systems relied upon by millions of Americans every day. Their operations have shown a clear pattern. They look for ways to enter sensitive environments, they work to remain there as long as possible, and they study the systems they infiltrate so that their presence blends into normal activity. This type of long-term access is particularly concerning. When an adversary establishes persistent access to critical systems, even access that appears dormant, it creates the possibility of disruption at a future date. The United States cannot allow foreign actors to position themselves in ways that could compromise public safety, interrupt essential services, or hinder our ability to respond in times of crisis. The scale of targeting has also continued to expand. These cyber actors are now looking across multiple sectors at once, which means that our national response must be organized in a way that can match the breadth of the threat. Federal responsibilities for protecting critical infrastructure are distributed across several departments, and each department has specific missions and authorities. That structure often works well during normal operations, but when confronted with a fast-moving and coordinated foreign threat, it can create gaps in communication and delay collective action. H.R. 2659 provides a clear and practical solution to this challenge. The bill directs the creation of a joint interagency task force led by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency with support from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This task force will bring together the agencies responsible for overseeing individual sectors, the intelligence community, and other federal partners. The purpose is to ensure that all relevant entities are sharing information, planning together, and taking action with a common understanding of the threat. The legislation also strengthens the role of Congress by ensuring that we receive timely, comprehensive assessments of the threat landscape. These reports will help us understand sector-specific vulnerabilities, the methods used by the PRC-linked cyber actors, the potential consequences of disruption during a crisis, and the extent to which federal agencies may need additional tools or authorities. This ongoing visibility is vital for effective oversight and for developing policies that reflect current and emerging challenges. H.R. 2659 is a thoughtful and necessary step toward improving the resilience of our critical infrastructure. It lays the groundwork for a more unified and prepared federal approach. It supports the operators who manage vital systems across our country, and it strengthens our national posture against a foreign adversary that has already shown its willingness to target essential American services. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this important legislation. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve as well.
All right, the gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers and prepared to close after the gentleman from Puerto Rico does.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Puerto Rico.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2659, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2659 and just want to congratulate my colleague, the gentleman from Tennessee, on great work he did on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2659? Those in favor say aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, does the gentleman rise?
The yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5078 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5078, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to reauthorize the state and local cybersecurity grant program of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks to include extraneous material of H.R. 5078.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 5078, the Protecting Information by Local Leaders for Agency Resilience Act, also known as the Pillar Act. I first want to thank Congressman Ogles for his leadership in bringing forward this bipartisan bill. Cybersecurity is often discussed in the context of national systems, but the truth is that many of our most disruptive incidents occur in our own communities. In recent years, local governments across the country have experienced attacks that shut down city services, delayed school operations, locked police and court records, and forced jurisdictions of all sizes to spend significant funds on recovery. These events may not always make national headlines, but they have real consequences for families, businesses, and public safety. Some of these attacks come from criminal ransomware groups, while others originate from foreign adversaries that seek to test the resilience of American communities. The Committee on Homeland Security has monitored these trends closely. Our recent cyber threat snapshot shows that the majority of states have experienced significant cyber incidents at the local level this year, and many of those incidents targeted smaller jurisdictions that have limited staff, outdated systems, and fewer resources to defend themselves. Finally, this bill is the product of bipartisan work. It passed through the Committee on Homeland Security with support from members across the political spectrum. I would especially like to thank Representatives Swalwell and Evans for their work alongside myself and Congressman Ogles to advance this important legislation. That cooperation reflects a shared recognition that cybersecurity cannot be approached through a partisan lens. By passing the Pillar Act, the House can reaffirm its commitment to our state, local, tribal, and territorial partners. When our communities are more secure, our entire nation is more secure. I want to thank Congressman Ogles again for his leadership in bringing forward this bipartisan bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5078, and I reserve.
And reserves his time. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5078, which reauthorizes the state and local cybersecurity grant program until 2033. First established 4 years ago in the bipartisan infrastructure law based on legislation authored by Representative Yvette Clarke, the state and local cybersecurity grant program has provided $1 billion in funding for state, local, tribal, and territorial governments so they can strengthen their cyber defenses. Earlier this year, the Cybersecurity Subcommittee held a hearing to evaluate the program and received testimony from the National League of Cities, the National Association of State Chief Information Officers, and one of the nation's top cybersecurity firms. And their assessment was clear. The state and local cybersecurity grant program has worked. From Connecticut to Kentucky to Utah, the state and local cybersecurity grant program has forged partnerships that have helped detect and thwart attacks, built resilience, and stretched dollars further. From municipal services to our school systems, the services our constituents rely on every day are more secure today than they were 4 years ago. But our work is not done. Despite the impressive progress state and local governments have made improving their cybersecurity posture, many jurisdictions across the country, particularly rural areas, remain unacceptably vulnerable to cyber attacks. Every day, state and local governments must defend against cyber intrusions from transnational criminal gangs and nation-state adversaries. The federal government has an obligation to leverage its resources, expertise, and intelligence to defend our state and local governments from these sophisticated threats. There are no other circumstances under which we would expect a state or local government to defend itself from an attack from a state actor, particularly not China, Russia, or Iran. With this essential program's authorization set to expire on January 30th, enacting a long-term reauthorization will help provide stability to the program and, importantly, build the case for appropriating more funding for it. At a time when the Trump administration has been cutting vital cybersecurity resources for state and local governments, such as the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, it is more important than ever that Congress step up to provide more funding for state and local cybersecurity. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 5078, the Protecting Information by Local Leaders for Agency Resilience Act, known as the Pillar Act. This legislation is about strengthening the first line of defense in our nation's cybersecurity. While we often focus on federal networks and high-profile national systems, the reality is that many of the services Americans depend on every single day are run by state and local governments. When a resident pays a utility bill online, when a police department dispatches an officer, when a hospital connects to a county network, all of those activities rely on state and local systems that are now squarely in the sights of foreign adversaries and criminal groups. As a former county executive in Tennessee, I saw firsthand how limited budgets, aging systems, and staffing constraints can leave local governments struggling to keep up with modern cyber threats. Many smaller jurisdictions only operate with a handful of IT staff, and in some cases with none at all. Yet they are expected to defend against the same nation-state actors that target major corporations and federal agencies. That is not a fair fight, and it is not a sustainable model for national security. The state and local cybersecurity grant program at the Department of Homeland Security was created to help close that gap by providing targeted assistance to those states, territories, and local governments so they can assess their risk, modernize outdated systems, and build real cyber resilience. The Pillar Act reauthorizes and strengthens this program so that it reflects the threat environment we face today and the technological landscape state and local partners are actually operating in. This bill makes several important updates. It ensures that the program covers not only traditional information technology systems, but also operational technology and systems that incorporate artificial intelligence. That means we are recognizing the reality that cyber risk now extends to everything from industrial control systems at water treatment plants, to connected devices and public safety networks, to AI-enabled tools used by local agencies. The bill encourages the adoption of basic but powerful best practices such as multi-factor authentication and stronger identity and access to management tools across state and local networks. It promotes continuous vulnerability assessment and monitoring so that jurisdictions can detect and mitigate threats before those threats turn into major incidents. It also emphasizes the importance of good cyber hygiene, modern configuration management, and alignment with frameworks developed by CISA and the National Institutes of Standard and Technology. Importantly, the Pillar Act recognizes that not all communities start from the same place. It directs outreach and support to rural areas and jurisdictions with small populations, which are often the least resources but still operate critical services. It encourages partnerships with academic and nonprofit organizations, including cybersecurity clinics and other technical assistance providers that can help these communities develop and implement their cyber plans. This bill also guards against the use of federal grant dollars on technology that introduces additional risk. It prohibits the use of funds to purchase software or hardware from foreign entities of concern when those products do not align with CISA guidance. And it directs grantees to follow secure by design recommendations so that public money is not spent on tools that undermine security. We also provide more predictability around cost share requirements so that states and local governments can plan over the long term. The legislation maintains a strong federal commitment while encouraging jurisdictions to invest in sustaining improvements they make. For those that implement multi-factor authentication and related protections by a certain date, the bill provides additional flexibility in the federal cost share to reward that proactive work. This is a bipartisan bill. I am proud that I've worked closely with Chairman Garbarino and Representatives Swalwell and Evans on this critical legislation, and appreciate the support it has received from members on both sides of the aisle. We share the same goal, which is to help our communities defend themselves against increasingly sophisticated cyber threats and to ensure continuing of essential services for the American people. Supporting the Pillar Act is about more than technology. It is about public trust. When a local government falls victim to ransomware and emergency services are delayed, or when a school district loses students' records, or when basic services are interrupted, citizens lose confidence in those institutions. This bill helps prevent those outcomes by equipping state and local leaders with the resources and tools they need to prepare. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5078 and to stand with the state, local, tribal, and territorial partners who are on the front lines of our cyber defense every day. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close when the gentleman from New York is prepared to close. I reserve.
Recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers and prepared to close after the gentleman from Puerto Rico closes.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5078, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5078, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5078 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-260.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 260, an act to amend the Bottles and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Act to require hygienic handling of breast milk and baby formula by security screening personnel of the Transportation Security Administration and personnel of private security companies providing security screening and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks to include extraneous material on Senate or S-260.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of S-260, the Bottles and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Enhancement Act. This legislation will require the Administrator of Transportation Security Administration to update guidance related to screening of infant feeding materials. It will make the airport experience more bearable for traveling families, and I thank my Democratic colleague, Mr. Swalwell, for leading the House version of this legislation, H.R. 82, through the committee earlier this year. I urge support, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S-260, the Bottles and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Enhancement Act. This is a straightforward bill that directs the Transportation Security Administration to update or issue guidance to adhere to hygienic standards to reduce the risk of contamination of breast milk, baby formula, juice, and purified water during TSA screening. The bill would also require TSA to consult with nationally recognized maternal health organizations to help develop guidelines and establish hygienic screening standards for these items. Traveling with kids is a difficult, stressful experience for many parents and caretakers, one that I expect to undertake beginning in January. For many new moms in particular, TSA screening has proven a particularly challenging experience, as well-meaning officers enforce inconsistent and opaque screening requirements. Far too many parents have been left wondering if their breast milk or formula is still safe to give to an infant after TSA has handled and screened it. This bill would help enforce hygienic practices and make screening less stressful for new parents while maintaining security standards. I thank Senator Duckworth for her leadership on this topic, as well as my colleague, Congressman Swalwell, who sponsored the House companion to this bill. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, the author of the House version of this bill.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Bottles and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Enhancement Act. Air travel and children is a nightmare. And I'm just talking about for the non-parents who have to deal with them at an airport. For parents, it's hell. It's like an Olympic sport. It's like going through a gauntlet, dragging little kids who just want to be attached to tablets or anything but the directions that you're given to them to hopefully get them from the entrance of the airport to the plane. And oftentimes with little kids, you have in transit with them a mother who is breastfeeding. And many of us have experienced going through airport security that our TSA agents, who are good-natured and just doing their jobs, can really slow down, jam up, clog, delay this experience. For practicality's sake, the last thing you want for your kids to experience when you're trying to move them from the gate to the plane is any interruption or delay. But for traveling moms, it's humiliating to have your breast milk sorted through by TSA agents. It doesn't feel very safe to have agents open up the breast milk. And too many moms have shared with me that working moms are often traveling on their own without their kids, but they're still pumping and dumping as they would call it, and are asked by TSA agents, what are you doing with breast milk if you don't have kids with you? Which is another level of shame that is brought upon the mothers because they already feel guilty that they're not with their kids. It doesn't have to be this way. And my friend from New York, who has helped me shepherd this bill through the Homeland Security Committee, has given me a good snicker and a smirk over there because he probably sees me as the least likely person to bring this bill forward, and he's the least likely ally that I have on the other side. But the two of us are smart enough to listen to women and families. And the origin of this bill I want to share is also a success story for anybody who believes that they can write to their legislator and see a change in the laws that govern us. So I want to thank scientist Emily Calandrelli, a Californian whose advocacy and personal testimony brought national attention to this issue. She wrote about the exact experience I described, traveling as a working mother without her kids and being asked why she had breast milk but no children. Her experience made it clear to many parents who have faced similar challenges. I'd like to thank Senator Duckworth for leading the charge in the Senate and sending us this bill so quickly, as well as Representatives Salazar, Pedersen, and Luna for their unwavering advocacy for traveling mothers. I also would like to thank my former colleague, Katie Porter of Orange County, who introduced this bill in prior Congresses. It's a common sense bill, and it is rightfully a bipartisan effort. Compounding the chaos with the anxiety that mothers face are TSA screeners who have inadequate or confusing guidelines as to what they're supposed to do with breast milk. The Bottles and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Enhancement Act strengthens and streamlines TSA's screening procedures so parents can travel with dignity, confidence, and peace of mind. It requires TSA to work with maternal health experts to create clear, science-based guidelines for screening breast milk, formula, and pumping equipment. It ensures TSA officers receive proper training so that every parent can travel with confidence that they will not be forced to discard essential nutritional products. Again, it's not a partisan issue, it's a parenting issue. Unsanitary handling of breast milk and formula puts kids at risk. Mothers who can't pump because TSA held up their equipment can suffer painful, preventable medical complications. And every parent who has traveled with young children knows the stress, as I mentioned, that this creates. This bill is also about accountability. It directs an independent body to audit TSA's compliance with its own policies, ensuring that violations like those experienced by Ms. Calandrelli and by countless moms who share their stories do not continue. Madam Speaker, families deserve better than the unnecessary stress at the airport. They deserve clarity, dignity, and a safe travel system that works for them, not against them. Passing this bill now will send it to the President's desk. I can't promise that passing this bill will make your plane get there on time or give you the upgrade you're so desperately hoping goes through, or make sure that your kids behave. But it does finally make our airports a more welcoming place for parents. And I welcome my colleagues' support and encourage them to support this legislation by voting yes on S-260. And I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers and prepared to close after the gentleman from Puerto Rico closes.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. This is a common sense bill that will help make traveling a little bit easier for millions of parents. On behalf of myself, of my wife, and a future mother, I thank all the members who were a part of this effort, especially Congressman Swalwell, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to congratulate my colleague, Mr. Swalwell, on this bill. I am happy to support it. I'm very pro-family and pro-parent, and I urge my colleagues to support S-260, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 260? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 2261.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 326, H.R. 2261, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to enhance the Department of Homeland Security's oversight of certain intelligence matters and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez, each will control 20 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 2261.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2261, the Strengthening Oversight of DHS Intelligence Act. Department of Homeland Security's Office of Intelligence and Analysis has a distinct role within the intelligence community of gathering and sharing intelligence across state, local, tribal, and territorial partners. In recent years, the Office of Intelligence and Analysis has faced criticism for overreach in its handling of bulk data that raise privacy concerns for the sensitive information of U.S. citizens. This legislation will mandate that all DHS intelligence products undergo comprehensive reviews to ensure compliance with constitutional protections. I urge support, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 2261, the Strengthening Oversight of DHS Intelligence Act. One of the lessons of the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001 was that the United States government needed to improve coordination and information sharing between law enforcement and intelligence agencies. The 9/11 Commission found that prior to September 11, the United States government failed to connect the dots between pieces of information it had that could have prevented the attacks of that fateful day. The Department of Homeland Security was created to fill the critical gaps identified by the 9/11 Commission, and to this day, DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, or INA, is the lone member of the intelligence community tasked with delivering Homeland Security information and intelligence to state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement. Every day, our state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement officers work on the front lines to keep America safe. It is critical that they receive reliable intelligence to do the best job possible. But just as critical as keeping Americans safe is upholding their constitutional rights. My bill ensures that the information and intelligence distributed by DHS to protect our communities does not infringe upon Americans' constitutional rights. It requires that all DHS intelligence products be reviewed by the DHS Chief Privacy Officer and the DHS Officer for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. Additionally, my bill would require training senior DHS intelligence personnel on privacy rights, civil rights, and civil liberties protections. Put simply, under my bill, DHS intelligence information that is shared, retained, and disseminated must be done in a manner consistent with the protection of Americans' rights. It is a principal duty for Congress to simultaneously protect our national security and preserve our privacy and our civil rights, as well as our civil liberties. I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Gabe Evans of Colorado, for his collaboration on this bipartisan bill. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers prepared to close after the gentleman from Puerto Rico closes.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, earlier I referenced the 9/11 Commission, which called for unifying our information sharing systems and intelligence coordination to ensure that a 9/11-like attack would never happen again on U.S. soil. The Commission also recognized, however, that we must at the same time improve oversight of those information sharing networks to prevent overreach and civil rights and privacy abuses. This bipartisan bill establishes oversight mechanisms and safeguards to protect the privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties of Americans in the production and dissemination of DHS intelligence. And as a personal note, I appreciate the fact that as Puerto Rico's resident commissioner, we are able to consider a bill of our authorship in the first year of our term, an uncommon practice that I am grateful for this committee to consider in a bipartisan manner. It is proof that despite our inability to vote in the final passage of bills, we can be contributing members of Congress, submitting legislation, debating legislation in committees, and then debating it on the floor. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this common sense bipartisan bill, and I thank my colleagues for their support. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. As the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, preventing another 9/11 is my top priority, being a member from New York. And I want to congratulate my colleague for his authorship and sponsorship of H.R. 2261. And I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2261? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed, and votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass on H.R. 1608 and H.R. 2659. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote, and pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1608. As amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 180, H.R. 1608, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to produce a report on emerging threats and countermeasures relating to vehicular terrorism and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 400, the nays are 15. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2659, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 188, H.R. 2659, a bill to ensure the security and integrity of United States critical infrastructure by establishing an interagency task force and requiring a comprehensive report on the targeting of United States critical infrastructure by People's Republic of China state-sponsored cyber actors and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 8. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman... The House be in order. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to a question of privilege of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 878. Whereas on October 27, 2025, Representative Chuy García of Illinois filed nominating petitions to be on the Democratic primary ballot in March 2026. Whereas on November 5, 2025, on the last day of filing, Representative Garcia's Chief of Staff, Patty Garcia, submitted her own paperwork to enter the Democratic primary. Whereas on November 6, after the filing deadline, Representative Garcia confirmed that he would not be seeking another term in 2026 and would be withdrawing his nominating petitions. Whereas Representative Garcia's Chief of Staff was the only Democrat who filed to run in the primary at the direction of Representative Garcia, undermining the process of a free and fair election. And whereas Representative Garcia's actions are beneath the dignity of his office and incompatible with the spirit of the United States Constitution, now therefore be it resolved that the House of Representatives disapproves of the behavior of Representative from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion to lay the resolution on the table. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I request to call the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
This vote, the yeas are 206 and the nays are 211. The motion is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 2A2 of Rule 9, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman will suspend. The House will be in order. Members are encouraged to take their conversations off the floor. Shh. The gentlewoman will continue.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today with humility, fear, and conviction. Conviction that American citizens have a right to choose their elected representatives. Fear that my convictions will be dismissed as naive, and humility that I am as liable to deceive myself about my first duties, where my strength comes from, and to whom I owe my loyalty, as anyone else on this floor today. But it's clear to me that my responsibility as an elected representative of my community is to say loudly and consistently, humbly and with love, that no one has the right to subvert the right of the people to choose their elected representatives. I like Chuy García. I think his reasons for retiring are noble. We are not here to adjudicate the character of Chuy García. I'm asking the body to consider a set of facts laid before us tonight about how he chose his successor and deprived Americans the right to choose their elected representative. Moral accusations and bitterness are not going to move this country in a stronger direction, but we can't keep bringing these same broken tools to the urgent struggle of preserving our inheritance as a nation. And so with humility, I lay out the facts. 1 week before the filing deadline, Congressman Chuy García filed for re-election and submitted the necessary signatures for that petition. But 3 days before the filing deadline, he also began collecting signatures for his chief of staff, who shares his last name. Just hours before the filing deadline, Representative Garcia's chief of staff submitted the paperwork to run with at least 2,500 signatures attached to it. And Chuy Garcia's signature was the very first one listed in the petition. He had at least 3 days of work that he has publicly acknowledged, where he knew that his chief was going to be running against him. And he did not communicate his intention to retire. You don't get your cake and eat it too. If you're not going to run, you don't get to choose your successor, no matter how noble the work you have done beforehand. The day after the filing deadline, once it was clear that there would be no Democratic alternative to his chief, in a D+17 seat, he announced his retirement. It's easy to get caught up in the culture of DC, of political complacency, or believing that your opponents are so broken that the ends justify the means. But you cannot win the right to represent people through subversion. All you do is engender distrust in the government and apathy in citizens of this great country. We don't have to say that a thing is perfect to say that it's worth fighting for. And in fact, we can't truly fight for a thing if we don't acknowledge its shortcomings. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
You reserve?
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Resolution 878. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I respect the sponsor of this resolution and appreciate very much her work on behalf of her constituents in Southwest Washington, I cannot support this measure. My friend and classmate from the 116th Congress, Representative Chuy García, embodies the highest ideals of the American dream. Born in Mexico, Representative Garcia moved to the little village neighborhood of Chicago in the 1960s and never left. After earning his citizenship in 1977, Representative Garcia graduated from college and began his career in public service as a community-based housing initiative. Since his time as a member of the Chicago City Council, the Illinois State Senate, Cook County Board of Commissioners, Congressman Chuy García has served his community, the Congress, and our country with great distinction. As it relates to the matter under consideration, in nearly every election he has been a candidate, Representative Garcia has faced opposition in both primary and general elections. Representative Garcia has proven himself unafraid to campaign. He has sought other offices and come up short. During the filing period in Illinois, any qualified citizen, any qualified resident of the state could have filed to challenge Representative Garcia. In fact, Representative Garcia won a competitive primary just last cycle. Throughout his career in public service, Chuy García has demonstrated a broad and deep respect for his constituents. This includes his fierce advocacy for Chicago's immigrant communities, teachers, public employees, and the economically striving and struggling among us. Representative Garcia is a dedicated public servant, and his record of accomplishment is worthy of celebration. I urge all of my colleagues to vote no on the resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
We are not here to adjudicate the character or quality of work of what has gone before in the career of Representative Garcia. That is not the question at hand. No good work means that you are able to end your career with impunity and choosing your successor. This slide towards, this is not who we are as a country. People bled and died for the right to elect their own representative. And to say that you can at the last moment, submit at least 2,500 signatures when your name is at the top of the list. And to the question of legality, this is not a question of whether or not what he did was legal. This body does not adjudicate state election law. That's not what we're trying to do here. We do not choose the rules in Illinois elections. But what we can say, we cannot imagine every illegal thing, every amoral thing, and make it illegal. Legality is smaller than morality. And the question at hand is, do we condone a subversion of an election because it is playing by the rules? That's not what we're here to do. And with that, I'll reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to once again remind the members that any one of the citizens of this district could have filed petitions, and in fact, Mr. Garcia has faced primaries before and general elections before. But let me yield now to the distinguished gentleman from the state of Illinois, my very good friend, Representative Chuy García, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I stand here, believe it or not, with a grateful heart. Over the last several days, many of you have reached out with kindness and understanding. I appreciate your concern for me and your desire to keep our caucus united. I wasn't expecting to stand here to debate my retirement. But before any of us are members of Congress, we're husbands, we're grandfathers, we're sons, we're mothers, and we're sisters. We're regular people. But life reminds us that our jobs come second to the people waiting for us at home. After nearly 40 years of public service, I decided not to seek a fifth term, and I'm proud to have served with integrity and respect. I turned 70 next spring, and I decided that it was time to dedicate more of my time to the people who have sacrificed the most so that I could serve. My wife of almost 50 years, my children, my grandchildren, the family that steadied me through victories and through heartbreak. When my daughter Rosa passed away in 2023 and left us 4 beautiful young children, it shook our entire world. Overnight, our house became a home for those kids. We did what every family does. We stepped up. We held them close and we gave them love and stability. Despite dealing with multiple sclerosis, my wife Evelyn carried the heaviest load as their day-to-day caregiver. Because of my wife, I was able to keep meeting the responsibilities of my job here and in the district. I filed to run for Congress because this work is more important than ever. And I wanted to deliver for my community and to be part, hopefully, of a new House majority next year. I followed the rules of Illinois and its election law when the ballot was open for anyone to file, as they had over the past 6 years and the 4 times that I stood for election. And contrary to claims that were made earlier today, I did not circulate any petitions that I was accused of circulating. I only circulated when I filed on the first day. But as I looked ahead, I had to be honest about what the next term would demand and what my family needed. I saw the big picture, supporting my wife as we manage her illness, taking better care of my own health, and being present for the grandson that we just adopted 2 weeks ago. It was a tough decision, but I made that choice as any husband, father, grandfather would make at that moment. I stood by my family values and as we ask others to do. Every one of us knows the pressures that come with serving here. But I hope that none of my colleagues ever face the circumstances my family has faced in the last 3 years. Meanwhile, my district, my community is under assault by our own government. And I ask you to listen. You may have seen the reports, but pictures don't convey the screams of families being separated, U.S. citizens being arrested without cause, and the indiscriminate gassing of innocent families, including a 1-year-old just a week ago. Families in my district are living with fear and trauma that no one should have to endure in our country. Last week, we returned after 54 days with the House shuttered, including a 43-day shutdown. We returned hoping for democratic unity. Therefore, I was shocked to be called out in a resolution on the House floor. I think you would agree with me that voters don't want these arguments in Congress. The voters want us to be working to help them to afford health care, rent, and child care. Colleagues, none of us wants to spend the next year trading
gentleman's
divisive
time has
disapproval
expired.
resolutions.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield an additional minute to the gentleman.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 1 minute.
Our voters don't want this either. We should not be distracted by political ploys when our constituents want us to stay focused and deliver for them. I'm going to finish my term with the same love and commitment that I brought to my first day of Congress here. When I arrived in this country as a 10-year-old, I never dreamed I'd be here. And I hope that we can all agree on this. When a colleague chooses his family, that shouldn't be a moment for division. It should be a moment for understanding and unity. One day, you might be the one making that choice, and you shouldn't have to debate it on the House floor. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
True love persists in a confidence, not in your supremacy in making a choice for your voters, but in your service and humility that they have the right to choose. And when we start making choices for people without their consent, we have walked away from the fundamentals of democracy. I feel deeply for the sacrifice that it's taken him to serve his community. That does not legitimize the way in which he left his seat and choosing his successor and refusing to be forthright with his constituents. And to the question of primary challenges, in both the 2020 and the 2022 election, as I've seen in reporting, Chuy García carried 100% of the primary. That does not sound like a whole lot of a primary challenge when you're carrying 100% of the votes in the primary. That doesn't mean that he was not chosen in that, but you can't walk away from a commitment to allowing voters a choice and clarity on what you're going to be doing. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. I would like to yield to my friend, the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Espion.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Speaker, since 2019, I have been proud to call the gentleman from Illinois both a colleague and a trusted friend. During the Build Back Better negotiations, we stood shoulder to shoulders to defend immigrant communities when it mattered the most. That is who Chuy García is. He leads with conviction, courage, integrity, even when he stands alone. Chuy García came up during the era of the late and great Harold Washington in Chicago, who took down the political machine. It was Chuy García who stood next to our other colleague, Luis Gutierrez, in his home as two young men when Luis Gutierrez's home was firebombed. His home was firebombed. And Chuy García was the person standing next to former Congressman Luis Gutierrez. An immigrant from Mexico and the son of a bracero, Chuy García has spent 45 years as an organizer, public servant, and a coalition builder who never loses sight of the people he serves. He has been a steadfast champion for dignity, equity, justice across Chicago. He stepped out of this race for one reason, and one reason only: his family. We often hear in these hollow hallways of Congress the word family values, and it is often used with hypocrisy. But here we have a person that's really standing up for his grandchild, for his...
Speaker, I'd like to yield an additional 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 2 minutes.
Here you have someone that's standing up for his grandchild, for his ill wife, for his community. He's standing up for family values, and yet he has to stand here and defend himself. His decision to step down is very personal, and his decades of service speak for themselves. We are grateful for his unwavering commitment to public service. At a moment where some are working overtime to protect the wealthy and gut health care for working families, we should stand together, united, to defend affordable health care. That is the issue that we should be talking about here tonight. We should be standing together to talk about how we're going to lift the least among us and make it easier for them. That's what we should be talking about here tonight. Nearly 20 million people are at risk of losing coverage, and that should be our priority. We called Chuy, both myself and Lou Correa, we call ourselves the three amigos, because we have so much in common, although I'm from New York, he's from Illinois, and Lou is from California. The word amigo means friend. It has been lost in the journey. The meaning of that word has been lost, and I may add, maybe mutilated. But I'm here to call Chuy tonight, mi gran amigo. And I yield back, Mr.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
I'll reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to now yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from Vermont, Ms. Bayland.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my colleague, Congressman Chuy García, who is my seatmate in Judiciary. Chuy is someone who is always looking out for the working people of this country. Chuy is always the one in committee who is thinking, how is this going to affect the people back home in my neighborhoods? For 45 years, this man has worked relentlessly for his communities that he serves. His steadfast dedication to community has been on full display this year in the midst of the barbaric assaults that they have endured in Chicago. And as Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino has indiscriminately launched chemical agents in residential neighborhoods and kidnapped people off the streets, the people of Illinois' 4th District have had a strong champion in Chuy García, standing alongside them every step of the way to demand justice. And that's how he fights for not just everyone in his district, but for people across this country. Because he is a man of principle, and he is a man of morals, and it is so disheartening to see his name dragged through the mud today. When federal agents kidnap staffers off a local elected official off the streets, Chuy and his team were there demanding his release. He goes where he needs to go to stand up for his people. And isn't that what we all want from our elected officials? Now, I want to acknowledge that, yes, indeed, our democracy is corrupted, and it is rigged against working people. But it's not because of Chuy García. Chuy has fought for working people his entire life, and he has been fearless in voting to stand up to the mega corporations that are screwing us over and the big banks that don't give a damn about us. I urge my colleagues to keep all of these things in mind.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an additional minute.
I you to think about the totality of this man's life and what he has done in service, not just to Illinois, but the people of this country. And I urge my colleagues to keep this in mind. This is not a game. It's a man's life. Please consider that as we think about this resolution. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
This is certainly not a game. This is certainly not a short strategy. It is long work to remain committed to the primacy of Americans' right to choose their elected representatives. Nothing validates the choice to subvert an election. Not the trespasses of an administration, not the long and noble work of a public servant, not the valid and unknowable bitterness of a family's suffering, not fidelity to identity politics. Nothing validates subverting an election, and we are not here to adjudicate, as I've said, the measure of Chuy Garcia's work or his character. The question is, do you have the right to choose your successor? I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the amount of time left?
The gentleman from New York has 15 minutes remaining.
Very good. Thank you, sir. I would now like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kamala Redov.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Chuy Garcia and against this resolution, and I am in fact appalled at the hubris behind all of this. If this is not a question of legality, if this is not a question of state law, then what is it a question of? I was in Chicago with Congressman Chuy Garcia when hearings were held about the inhumane and barbaric treatment of Chicagoans across his district and other districts by this administration and by ICE. And I saw his conviction, his commitment, his love for not just his district, but the city in which he was born and lives. This is a man who is a legend. He is a legend to his district. And he is a legend in this Congress. And I don't understand why we are having to debate him. This is character assassination. My question is this the most significant aversion that has happened this year? We have an administration that is starving poor children. We have an administration that is involved in unauthorized strikes in countries around the globe. We are in the midst of fighting for survivors by getting the Epstein Files released. We are in the fight of our lives to make sure that Americans can afford health care that they deserve. That is what we should be debating. Those are issues that are far more pressing and critical to Americans. I was home in my district this weekend. Not one person asked me about Chuy Garcia. Not one person in my district or in my state. We have to worry about our own districts. Isn't that what people say? What's happening in your district? Worry about your own district.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield an additional minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an additional minute.
So I would just ask that we get back to that. And I'm going to have to say, this Democratic intra-party fighting is not what any of us want. And it's not what the American people deserve. And I would hope that we would get back to focusing on the issues that are most critical. And if any of us have an issue with what's going on in somebody else's district, we should have the decency and respect to go to them and ask them about what's going on in their district before we do all of this kind of character assassination on this House floor. And with that, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
There's a famous saying in Baptist circles, if you don't kill your sin will kill you. Nobody wants to see anybody get hurt, but there are natural consequences, and the consequences of subverting an election and choosing your successor are a slide towards a very ugly future for our country. And there's an argument that's been made that they don't know about it, so it's not wrong. That's not true. That's not true. We know about it. We know about it. And that conveys on us an accountability, not just when it's politically convenient to condemn someone, but when it's in your own family. That is the point. That is the point. That when there is a spade, you call it a spade, whether it hurts or not. And you have to have confidence that Americans will make the choice for themselves. That is the whole point of this experiment in democracy. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentle lady from Oregon, Ms. Salinas.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my friend and colleague, Congressman Garcia. Over the past 3+ years, I've had the pleasure of working with Chuy García. I've known him to be a dedicated public servant, committed to serving his community and his country, day in and day out. He's shown up for his constituents and for the American people. I want to contrast this with Speaker Johnson, who for the last month and a half kept the House out of session, who stopped this body from working on behalf of the people who sent us here and has manufactured a healthcare crisis. We just ended the Republicans' government shutdown, and this is our first order of business? We need to get back to work to address the issues impacting the American people. We should be united in addressing Republicans' looming healthcare crisis and the rising cost of living. This debate does nothing to lower costs for people in Oregon or across this country. This is a debate that should be held by Congressman Garcia's constituents, not by members of Congress who do not represent them. We have more important work to do than to express displeasure at a member of Congress who has spent his entire life serving the people of Illinois and people across this country. Now, please, let's get back to the real work on behalf of the American people. I urge my colleagues to reject this reprimand. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
The point is well made that Americans are suffering. A non-payment on utility bills, people having their cars repossessed, people losing their businesses, people going without meals. That's in my community, and that's real. And we do not dutifully serve the long work of building a self-determining country by turning our constituents into petitioners who would only demand free things from us, a relief from this pressure of consolidation and corporate power. No, we also have to stand before them with honor and confidence and respect in their ability to choose their elected representatives for themselves. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentle lady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I'm so proud to stand here today to talk about one of the most important leaders in the city of Chicago for many, many years, helping people after person, making sure that his community and our community has been safe, to stand up and fight for the people of the city of Chicago, a city that my colleague does not really understand the kind of faith that they have in Chuy García all of these years. And for someone who doesn't know about the city of Chicago and the role that he has played, to find some outside idea that he has somehow cheated the city of Chicago or the people of the city of Chicago? Are you kidding? There has not been one single person that has stood up in Chicago and said that there should be some sort of punishment for our great friend. I mean, he has been there every day of the year, helping people, every day of the most recent years, helping people, because we know that people have been in Chicago trying to take away people's lives, taking them out of the country, people who are fine, wonderful people in the city of Chicago. I say shame on you for deciding that this is the issue that you, who have no idea about the role that Chuy García has played in the city of Chicago and continues to play in the city of Chicago. This should be diminished
The gentlewoman's
right now,
time has
and I
expired.
yield.
The gentlewoman yields, and members are reminded to direct their comments toward the chair. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
There are claims that this was not the work that we were sent to do here. Then what gives us the right to be here if not being sent here? There is a premise here. We have to be endowed with trust, and that has to be reciprocal with our voters. And I would argue that there is a very loud demand, a fervent, clear call by Americans right now for accountability and transparency. And it's not just about the Epstein Files, it's all of it. They want us to stop this fight and be honest and deliberate and respectful, to humbly serve. That is what real leadership is. It is humility and service, not choosing for them what would be best for them. That I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to now yield to my friend, the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Honorable Congressman Joe Morelli. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong defense of the great character of a loving friend, father, husband, and brother, Congressman Chuy García. My friends, there are moments in the nation's history when a single life stands up and declares, without arrogance and without apology, that freedom must mean something for everybody or it means nothing at all. Congressman Chuy García is such a man. He is in every profound and dangerous sense a freedom fighter, not in the kind fashioned in myth or marble, but the kind born of neighborhoods where dreams have been bruised and people still need to rise. And yet people still rise because of a congressman like Chuy García, the kind who understands that the struggle for the human dignity is never finished and never optional. Chuy García's life is stitched together with the same thread that carried our greatest fighters forward, the belief that one does not have to accept the world as it is, but he glimpses into what the world ought to be. That's leadership. Leadership is not a performance. It's not a posture. A way of standing with the vulnerable, a way of insisting that compassion is not weakness, that justice is not a luxury, and that democracy is not a spectator sport, but a lifelong calling. Beside me is a picture that warmed my heart from childhood. This is Congressman Chuy García, then campaigning with the great Harold Washington, the former congressman from the 1st Congressional District. Chuy brought the African American and Mexican community together. There was a time before the word Hispanic was created. We knew Chuy as a Mexican American. Chuy walked hand in hand with us in Chicago. Chuy García in 1997, while he was the state senator, serving alongside then Senator Barack Obama, he was the chair of the Black Caucus of the Illinois State Senate. He has walked arm in arm with the African American community.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, would you please give the gentleman 1 more minute?
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Not as a visitor, not as a distant ally, but as a brother in the same long struggle for liberation. He understands that the battles of the South Side echo the battles of Little Village, that the pain of displacement, disenfranchisement, and dismissal does not respect ethnic boundaries, and that our triumphs, when we dare to claim them together, can shake the foundation of this nation. He has marched with us, organized with us, fought alongside us, because he knows that our destinies are intertwined. And so today, let us honor the courage of a man who has refused to be coward, that has refused to bow to power or silenced by cynicism. A man who reminds us that to lead is not merely to occupy an office, but to carry a people. A man who teaches us that loyalty to the truth, to the community, to the least among us is the highest form of patriotism. Let Chuy García examples lead us out of our complacency and to a greater level of integrity and to a higher calling. Let this unyielding spirit remind us that America becomes America only when ordinary people dare to demand the extraordinary.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I can reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to yield to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by clarifying something that was said on the record. The sponsor of the resolution is stating that Chuy García has won his primaries with 100% of the vote. All you have to do is go to Board of Elections or Ballot Ready and recognize that in 2024, in his last election, his opponent got 30% of the vote. So I just want to make sure that facts matter here. And I want to make sure that when there's misinformation that we clarify that. So let me go ahead and say, in a moment when so many members of Congress have conceded their power to Donald Trump, voting rights are on the line, super PACs continue to buy congressional seats, and the representation of Black and brown working families is threatened, this resolution is nothing more than a cheap political stunt pulled from the playbook of some of my Republican colleagues. You want proof? Some of the ones that have been suppressing the most votes have been clapping every time she speaks. It is a do-nothing resolution that targets a leader who has been holding the line in defense of democracy. Someone who is not beholden to super PACs like foreign lobbies or big oil like the American Petroleum Institute. Someone who has voted against bills like the SAVE Act, which endangers the voting rights of women in our country. Someone who voted against the Lake and Riley Act, which allows the persecution and racial profiling of Latinos by ICE agents. Someone that voted against the recent Republican continuing resolution, which did not protect affordable health care and provided a slush fund for senators investigated for their role in the insurrection. Chuy García has stood his ground for working families and our democracy in moments when others have not, including the sponsor of this resolution, Disapproval, who has opened the doors to authoritarianism by the way she votes. You don't have to agree with how the events of his decision to step down unfolded to recognize that this resolution is misguided and disingenuous. Disapproving of his actions while you allow big money in politics, outside spending in elections, and rampant corruption to go unchallenged or uninterrupted is the height of hypocrisy.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as the amount of time remaining in the debate?
The gentleman has 4 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield an additional minute to Ms. Ramirez.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Thank you. So while we need to hold each other to high standards, we do, we also need to reform a system that too often makes it nearly impossible to ensure working people like Chuy García, like me and so many others here are well represented in the face of moneyed interests set on their destruction. So I want to invite you today to vote no on this performative, bad-intentioned resolution and join me in getting dark money out of politics, protecting and expanding the voting rights in America, and fighting for authentic representation with all of our communities. Vote no. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
While there are many ways to litigate many of the votes, the question at hand is what gives you the right to represent a community? It is the choice of your voters. Nothing gives you the right to choose your successor. And we cannot walk down this path when we stand and say that everything around us is bad it risks us conforming to that wrongness and orienting our policy around it. This is not a false choice. This is a false choice to say I can either attack here or I can attack here. You can pursue wherever you disagree. But we also have to call a spade, and that's what this is about. Accountability. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is
Are you
recognized.
prepared to close? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier in the debate, I respect certainly the sponsor of this resolution. We are fellow appropriators, and I observe firsthand her energy and commitment in serving the people of Southwest Washington. But this resolution is wrong. It shouldn't be before us. The House has so much work we need to be doing, addressing the affordability crisis in America, saving health care, and fighting the cost of the actual corruption happening on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Let's get back to work. I commend my dear friend, Representative Garcia, for his long and distinguished tenure in public life and as a devoted public servant. I wish him and his family the very best as they begin the next chapter of their lives, and I urge my colleagues to reject this ill-conceived resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Look, we're not called to anything more than walking with humility, to love justice, to work diligently. And Chuy has worked diligently. Nothing in that legitimizes the choice to choose a successor, to support gathering over 2,500 signatures, to wait for days when you knew that you were not going to run for re-election and ensure that your chief of staff would be your successor. That is not the path our country can stand on. A country that refuses to acknowledge wrongdoing when it happens is got bad things in store for it. And I humbly ask my colleagues to support this resolution. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No! In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Does she request the yeas and nays?
Yes, the yeas and nays.
The gentlewoman requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. One-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Good grief. There we are. Thank you. I'd like to ask a request to speak for 1 minute. And to revise
Without
and
objection,
extend my
the gentleman
remarks.
is recognized.
The
gentleman, Ben. The House will be in order. The gentleman is now recognized.
I'd like to comment on that last debate for a second. We're in danger of this country, and one of the ways we're in danger is that there are certain politicians who are becoming more and more prominent who have a contempt for the average American. And sadly, I've seen this happen more and more over time in the Democrat Party. We've seen it in their higher offices, where Kamala Harris was handpicked by the billionaires, where everybody else had to clear the decks for Joe Biden to become president after these offices were determined, these nominees were determined for many years, in primaries. The same thing happened in Wisconsin and U.S. Senate seat. And now we see it happen in Congress, where a sitting U.S. congressman handpicks his successor, and of all successors, a staffer. Such contempt for the average people. People, I'm sure, who have worked for years in the Democrat Party or years in various different local elections being shoved aside so that an insider can grab the slot. In any event, I'd like to thank my colleague from Washington for bringing this forward. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How do you know if this president is working for you? Well, he's working for you if you make over $4 million and are about to pocket a new $300,000 tax cut. He's working for you if you attend Great Gatsby parties at his club or plan to sip cocktails in his new White House ballroom. He's working for you if you bankroll his crypto schemes or pony up for presidential pardons. He's working for you if you're wealthy, well-connected, and don't want the Epstein Files to see the light of day. But if you're struggling to afford rent or groceries, if premiums are breaking your budget, he's not working for you. No, he's driving up your costs by imposing reckless tariffs and cutting SNAP, Medicaid, and ACA subsidies. This president works for the wealthy, and working people are paying the price. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the announcement from the EPA and Army Corps of Engineers is a very long overdue course correction. This having to do with the definition of the waters of the United States, which had been defined most recently in the Biden administration and Obama administration to have federal regulators claim jurisdiction over mud puddles and temporary ponds after a rainstorm that are dry within a few hours. They wanted to control everything, and this happens on private land. So now with this reversal of this decision, the farmers, ranchers, landowners don't have to worry about federal regulators coming and jumping on them for a temporary mud puddle after rain. The Supreme Court made clear in the Sackett decision that this was never what Congress intended. No, it wasn't. This new proposal finally moves us back to a common sense reading of the actual law. It reins in federal overreach, restores the rights of states and private landowners, importantly, and still keeps clean water protections in place. Narrowing the jurisdictions of the waters that truly meet the standard, and by removing ditches and ground or other things that really shouldn't be in there, the EPA is bringing clarity back to it. So I commend. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, many in eastern North Carolina and throughout the nation who purchase health insurance through the ACA marketplace are deeply worried about rising premiums. As open enrollment is underway, constituents remain uncertain and are in a holding pattern waiting to see if Congress will fix it. Many are experiencing emotional distress, including a mother who even broke down in tears. Some are considering changing their coverage or foregoing it altogether, taking on multiple jobs, or even tapping into lines of home equity to fill the gap if Congress fails to act. Mr. Speaker, I've signed on to a discharge petition calling to extend ACA premium tax credits. I've also signed on to a bipartisan letter to senators in support of a real solution. We owe it to the people of Eastern North Carolina and our nation. Members of Congress who have health insurance should not deny coverage to hard-working families. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the United States has one of the highest preterm birth rates in the world, which is a leading cause of infant mortality. Today, the March of Dimes released its 2025 report card on the state of maternal and infant health, and the United States received a D for the preterm birth grade for the 4th consecutive year in a row. In 2024, 380,000 babies were born prematurely. That's 10.4% of all babies born. And the worst rates are in the southern region of the United States. These statistics are personal for me. My daughter was born 9 weeks early when my placenta ruptured. We both nearly died. And she spent the next 6 weeks in the neonatal intensive care unit. But we were among the lucky ones. Far too many mothers and babies don't have that same outcome. Today, I joined Representatives Jennifer Kiggins and Robin Kelly to introduce a bipartisan resolution to designate November 2025 as Prematurity Awareness Month. And I join my colleagues to do more to prevent preterm births. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The healthcare system that we have today doesn't work for anyone, except if you're an insurance company. I hear it from Vermonters all the time. Our healthcare system is on the brink, and every choice Republicans make leads us further into collapse. Republicans have no plan for healthcare, and they never have. For the last 15 years, all they have done is try to repeal, defund, deauthorize, dismantle the Affordable Care Act, with no alternative ever presented. Americans are so tired of hearing about a concept of a plan or volumes of ideas. I'll tell you the plan, Medicare for all. I'll tell you the vision, that every American has access to affordable health care, to good jobs, to good schools, to clean air and water, for housing they can actually afford, for safer communities, for a functioning democracy. That's the vision. I want the American people to know that Democrats are not giving up on health care. We are going to continue to fight. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to salute the work of Barry Hoffman, founder and artistic director of the Symphony of Westchester, which began in 1984. Barry has blended together 50 outstanding music professionals to perform classical music works for adoring audiences. There are 4 concerts held each year at Iona University in New Rochelle, each drawing 350 attendees to experience the orchestral brilliance of the works of Mozart, Bach, Beethoven, Dvorak, and other great composers. In addition, the Symphony Organization holds an annual Jazz Institute, young artist concerto competition for students of all ages, an apprenticeship partnership with the New Rochelle High School musicians, and so much more. Barry and his army of woodwinds, brass, percussion, and strings have delighted and educated our area for over 40 years, with many more years ahead. Thank you, Barry Hoffman, for your contribution to Westchester and the Bronx in the quality of lives made more vibrant by music. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a community meeting this weekend and met with some folks in Memphis. And the issues they most were interested in were immigration, ICE. They were very concerned about the people from ICE with masks on their face, mistreating people, dragging them out of cars, stomping on their heads, and arresting them. And we've seen oftentimes they've done that to American citizens, and they did it in error. They were also concerned about the immigrants who were taken out of our community who do so much good in our community. So I'm writing a letter to Christine Elman reminding her that she said they were going to get the worst of the worst, the murderers, the rapists, and the sexual offenders. She's not doing that. They've decided they're going to get anybody that's in the country improperly, and that's wrong. I hope they will take, and I will write the administration, the Trump administration, ask them to take ICE out of Memphis. It shouldn't be part of this surge they've got to help us with our crime problem. Hispanics, immigrants are not part of our crime problem, and if they were, you'd go after one or two of them and not so many. So get to the business of taking care of Memphis and not eliminating and deporting people who help our society and our economy. Thank you very much. Now yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great honor that I rise today to anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour. Sometimes the voices of people and businesses impacted by congressional action or inaction get lost in the back and forth of the floor and the media. For months, members of the Congressional Black Caucus have focused on amplifying the stories of our constituents, and tonight we do the same, amplifying the stories of people, whether they're small business owners and their employees, the self-employed, farmers, or others, who could find themselves unable to afford health care without an extension of the enhanced premium tax credits. We know that there is a health care crisis looming in this country. We know that every American is one illness or accident away from economic devastation. That's the point of health insurance, to make sure that when they need care, they can access it without going bankrupt. And while the healthcare system isn't perfect, the point of the Affordable Care Act was to ensure more people had access to insurance through Medicaid expansion, through employer-provided health care, and through the Affordable Care Act exchanges, called Marketplace Virginia in my state. The more people have insurance, the more we know when they need care, they can get it and not go bankrupt. More importantly, they can get primary care, preventative care, so that when they get sick, because they will, they don't show up in the hospital when it's too late or more expensive to treat. And that when more people show up in those hospitals uninsured, they will get care, and the cost of that care goes to everybody else. Tonight, you will hear stories of people who purchase their insurance through the Affordable Care Act exchange, who, because of the enhanced premium tax credits, can actually afford their premiums. Without those tax credits, many of them, we have heard time and time again, will be forced to choose: do I buy that health care plan, or do I feed my family? Do I pay for that health care plan, or do I pay my mortgage or my rent? Do I buy that health care plan, or do I pay my utility bills? Because for too many Americans, the cost of everything is too high. And unfortunately, many are being forced to forego health insurance and gamble and hope that they won't get sick. But they will, and we will all pay the price for it. It is my pleasure to yield to the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Terry Sewell.
Just like the rest of America, we in Alabama are facing a health crisis caused by the Republican Party. Thanks to President Trump and Republicans in Congress, more than 58,000 of my constituents in Alabama's 7th Congressional District will see their health insurance premiums skyrocket next year. One of my constituents, a 63-year-old gentleman from Wilcox County, Alabama, in the rural part of my district, this gentleman works for the Wilcox County Water and Sewer District. Just like his coworkers, he receives health insurance through the Affordable Care Act marketplace. Currently, his premiums cost $188.29 per month. But after receiving his rate letter last month, he learned that his monthly premium would increase by 700% to more than $1,500. That's right. Thanks to President Trump and Republicans in Congress, this gentleman will need to pay $1,300 more per month to keep the same health care plan. Mr. Speaker, this is simply outrageous. The people that I represent cannot afford these ridiculous Republican price hikes. Throughout the government shutdown and well before, Democrats have been sounding the alarm. We have been demanding that Republicans work with us to lower the cost of health care and address the crisis that they have caused. What did they do instead? They shut down the government and held food assistance hostage from the most vulnerable Americans. Make no mistake, the consequence of inaction will be dire. If Republicans continue down this road, millions of Americans will be forced to go without health care insurance, one unexpected ER visit away from bankruptcy. Those who cannot pay with their wallets will pay with their lives. Mr. Speaker, there is still time to act. We must extend the health care tax credits, and we must do so now. I want to thank my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus for this special order hour where we can tell the stories of our constituents. This gentleman in Wilcox County, Alabama, $188 today will have to pay $1,500 next year. It's simply unacceptable, and we must do something about it. I am grateful to my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus for always standing up for the most vulnerable in our community. And I want to thank this gentleman from Wilcox County for sharing his rate letter, for showing us that, in fact, 700% increase is simply unacceptable, outrageous. He will have to choose between affording health care insurance or simply affording his rent. It's unacceptable, and we in the Congressional Black Caucus, we in the Democratic Caucus will continue to fight for the Affordable Care Act tax credits to be extended. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Representative Shontel Brown.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for leading tonight's special order hour. Thank you to my colleagues in the CBC for standing up for this fight. The fight to protect health care is another reminder of why I am so proud to be part of the Congressional Black Caucus. Because the members I serve with are truly the conscience of the Congress. And since January 20th, 2025, we have not given 1 inch to this cruel, callous, chaotic, and corrupt White House. Because the truth is, the communities we represent, including my hometown of Cleveland, cannot afford Trump's agenda. Working people cannot afford Trump's agenda, and Black America cannot afford Trump's agenda. There's an expression, when America catches a cold, Black America gets the flu. I would argue it's more like COVID before the vaccine. We can't afford the tariffs. We can't afford the bailouts. We can't afford the tax giveaways to the Mar-a-Lago guest lists. And we can't afford the largest cuts to Medicaid and to the Affordable Care Act in this nation's history. So let's be clear about what's happening, because we are living through a reverse Robin Hood story in America, and it hasn't always been this way. Because of the work of President Obama, President Biden and Democrats in Congress, the Black uninsured rate fell to historic lows last year. That's right. We went from 20% of Black Americans being uninsured to just 10%. But it's not just Black Americans or people living in cities who have benefited, no. In fact, some of the whitest and most rural parts of America rely on the Affordable Care Act the most, including a lot of farmers in my state of Ohio. Because there were a lot of gaps in the old systems. There were a lot of holes in the safety net. And if Trump has his way, there's going to be a lot more holes in the net and a lot more people without health care. Millions more, to be exact. 38,000 people in my district are facing huge health care cost increases because of Trump's ACA cuts. The average cost increase is $700 per person per year. A lot of families will have to pay thousands more. Their voice should be heard, and we are uplifting their voices. Here's what Talia from Cleveland shared with my office. I quote, "I logged into healthcare.gov to renew my plan for next year, and my monthly premium multiplied by a factor of 4. It is currently set to be 4 times as much for health insurance as it was this year. I didn't go ahead and enroll yet because I'm hoping Congress gets their heads in the game and do what is right. I'm not making any more money this year than I did last year. My income is the same. Rent is going to increase, gas is increasing, groceries are increasing, utility bills are increasing, and now my health care too. It's becoming impossible to survive in this country," end quote. Talia, I completely agree with you. To my colleagues across the aisle, I implore you, stop protecting the powerful, stop serving the wealthy, and start listening to the people. Truly, it is time for Congress to get their heads in the game. I want to thank you, Talia, for sharing your story, and I want to assure you we will not give up on this fight. It's time we work together to cancel the cuts, lower the costs, and protect health care for all Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now I yield to our chairwoman, the representative from New York, Ms. Yvette Clarke.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Virginia for anchoring us in the Congressional Black Caucus's Special Order Hour, Stories from Home, the human cost of expiring health care tax credits. Tonight, you've already heard from my colleagues, and we speak for everyday Americans, families, seniors, young adults, and workers who now face the devastating reality that their health care premiums are about to double, in some cases, triple and quadruple, when critical tax credits expire at year's end. In New York's 9th Congressional District, this crisis is not theoretical. It's happening to the single mother in Flatbush, Brooklyn, who finally been able to afford her son's asthma medication. It's happening to the retired home health aide in Brownsville, stretching every dollar just to stay covered. It's happening to the young entrepreneur in Crown Heights who took a chance on starting a business because these credits made health insurance reachable and reliable. For years, these tax credits extended during the pandemic have been a stabilizing force for families across Brooklyn, New York. They helped protect our community, kept our small businesses afloat, and ensure that our neighbors could see a doctor without sacrificing their rent payments, groceries, or the life-saving medications that many, many rely on. But because of a prolonged and entirely avoidable Trump Republican government shutdown, and because Republicans refuse to negotiate, the expiration of these credits will hit working families the hardest. In a city where the cost of living is already sky high, premium spikes will push many in New York's 9th District to the brink of losing coverage altogether. House Democrats stood united for more than 40 days to prevent this outcome. We fought to shield families from exactly this kind of financial ruin and healthcare shock. But once again, our Republican colleagues across the aisle chose politics over people. And Brooklyn, New York, like districts across the nation, will feel that pain most acutely. So tonight, the Congressional Black Caucus has done what it has always done. We center the people. We will bring forward the stories from home, stories from New York 9th District and every district represented by the CBC. We make sure that this chamber hears their names, sees and feels their struggle, and understands the real-world consequences of inaction. Because this is not just a policy. This is about whether families in Brooklyn, New York can afford their medications, whether seniors can age with dignity, whether our healthcare infrastructure can withstand the shock of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, using the emergency room as primary care, whether our children can grow up healthy and secure. The CBC is leading the fight for the extension of these critical tax credits and for the health and well-being, the humanity of every person we represent. And I hope that these stories this evening drive it home. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentlelady has 43 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker Johnson has called the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits a boondoggle. But let me tell you what those tax credits have meant for millions of Americans. Over 80% of the tax credit goes to help working people in states that President Trump won. Since they were introduced, more than half of the growth in national enrollment has come from Texas, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. And who are these folks? They're not the 29-year-old sitting in his mother's basement playing video games. They're restaurateurs, beauticians, landscapers, mediators, chiropractors, funeral directors, farmers, ranchers, freelancers, contractors, gig workers. And now they're stuck. As open enrollment began and they opened their mail, they found that their premiums in some cases doubled, in some cases tripled. I heard from a local restaurateur in my district, Lester Johnson. He and his wife own Mama J's, a beloved restaurant in the Jackson Ward neighborhood of Richmond, which was once known as the Harlem of the South. The Johnsons rely on Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act for themselves and their 8-year-old daughter. They pay $700 a month, and Lester has estimated that if the subsidies expire, his bill will go up to $1,400 a month. He has about 40 employees, and they would see premium hikes as well. And Lester says, it's a lot of money for people. I think everyone is feeling the anxiety. He's worried about his family and the families of those 40 employees. I heard from Braun Hansborough, the owner of Flower Guy Braun, a Richmond small business. We've been looking at this coming down the pike for a few months, and I've had to be proactive, and I've had to consider what it looks like for my business if these credits are removed. And what it looks like is taking an increased risk and finding money that doesn't exist to make sure that we can supplement and offset the cost of my sole employee's expenses. His sole employee is Ronnie Moss, who said, "I found fulfillment in my part-time work as a floral and event designer with Braun. In 2021, I left my corporate job for a full-time employment. It was an important move for me to work in a dream career while contributing to the success of this small business. At reasonable rates, I've purchased health insurance on the marketplace, and the benefits that they've offered at my corporate job, while they allowed me to give birth to my handsome son, it's the marketplace that has proved more valuable to me. And now the increased insurance, on top of the increase in groceries and other living expenses, I'm not sure how my family is going to manage it." We've heard from farmers across the district who are already struggling, particularly soy farmers. And in my district in Virginia, we have some of the largest number of soy farmers in the Commonwealth. They're already struggling under the tariffs, that as a result of they can't sell their crop. One of my farmers said to me, basically, unless you're a beef cattle farmer, you're already a volunteer right now. And now we have to figure out not only how we feed our families, but how we pay for our health insurance, because we purchase under the marketplace. Why is it so important that people are insured? I was in the Virginia legislature when we expanded Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. And the reason we did it was because we had rural hospitals that were about to close. We had so many people who were not getting preventative care, and it was leading an already bad maternal health crisis to get worse. It was leading an already bad infant mortality crisis to get worse. It was leading a preterm birth crisis to get worse. But by getting people connected to a medical home, paid for by insurance, in that case Medicaid, or later when we created a state-based exchange through the exchange, they could get preventative screenings that could identify cancer while it was still treatable. Pregnant women would be healthy when they got pregnant and not have to deal with hypertension and other chronic diseases that lead to a high maternal mortality rate. We saw health outcomes improve. We saw hospitals that were on the verge of closing because of the high number of insured overcome that risk. During the summer recess, I visited a dental clinic in far southwest Virginia, in Abingdon. Before that dental clinic opened, communities in southwest Virginia waited a full year for a dental clinic as part of a larger healthcare clinic to come where they could get basic dental care, dentures, and other types of dental care. When this clinic opened, 80% of their patients are Medicaid recipients, 20% are uninsured. Now, thanks to the pending Medicaid cuts, they don't know what they're going to do. They're worried about the uninsured in that community who are covered by Medicaid. And now that community is also worried about those that are insured through the Affordable Care Act. Because without your health insurance, you don't know what you're going to do when in the blink of an eye, your child is injured. I know that fear. When my son was about 3 years old, in the blink of an eye, he burned his hand. I happened to be in a rural area as part of a conference. We went to the local hospital. They didn't have a burn clinic, and they said, you can drive back to Richmond. This is on a Saturday. They said, you can drive back to Richmond, and on Wednesday, there's a dental clinic. A burn clinic. And they can take your son, or we can see if we can get you admitted to UVA Hospital or VCU Hospital, both of which were hours away. But we can see if he can get admitted right now. I said, we're going to see if he can get admitted right now. Between the ambulance ride, a week in the hospital, and the treatment, because I had employer-provided health care, I still had to pay $1,000 out of pocket. The total bill was $15,000. This was 12 years ago. Think about what that bill would be today. But I was fortunate because I had employer-provided health insurance. I only had to pay $1,000. But I think about how many people don't have that. And Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act is their only option. Right now, they're worried about whether that option is going to be available. And so what does that mean for the people that I represent? In Virginia, about 350,000 people benefit from the premium tax credits, enhanced premium tax credits. For a family of four that earns just under $130,000 a year, they will see their premium go up 43% to $4,675. For a family of four who earns $64,000 a year, their premium will go up 20%, $2,571 more that they have to pay for insurance. For a 60-year-old couple earning $82,000 a year, they'll see their premium go up 174%. Their premium will go up $11,968. Most of the families I talk to don't know where they're going to find that money. They don't know if they're going to be able to pay that premium. They do know one thing. Guaranteed they're going to need health care. They don't know if they're going to be able to pay for it. We will continue to raise these stories because too many people are depending on Congress to act. Their lives literally depend on it. And hopefully, before December 31st, we will find the political will to extend these tax credits. If we don't, we better come up with a solution to ensure that Americans all across this country can access the care they need when they need it. If we don't, how are we going to look them in the eye and say we served their needs? I worry about that. I worry about that mother who wakes up one morning bleeding, 9 weeks away from her due date, who goes to the hospital and isn't sure how she's going to pay, if she makes it, that bill. I worry about that mother whose child has to stay in a NICU for 6 weeks, who doesn't know how she's going to pay that bill. I worry about that mother who has to figure out, how am I going to get my child the developmental care that she needs to ensure she meets her milestones? Because all that costs money that she probably doesn't have. And that mother could have been me. But I was fortunate that I had insurance. And while I worried about whether my daughter or I would make it, I didn't have to worry about how I would pay for it. There are too many Americans who go to bed at night wondering, is that lingering cough something that I need to go to a doctor for today? Can I afford it? Or do I wait until I can't breathe and I'm in the emergency room? That's what's at stake. It's not a game about will Democrats or Republicans win. It's a question about whether the American people can get the care they need when they need it. And the Congressional Black Caucus will stand up every single day and fight, not just for our constituents, but for every single American, whether you live in an urban core, a rural holler, a suburban cul-de-sac, no matter where you were born, although we know, let me clarify, that if you're not a citizen, you're not eligible for the ACA. Let's just put that to bed for a minute. But no matter where you were born, where you live, the color of your skin, how you worship, you can get the care you need when you need it and know you won't go bankrupt. That's all people are asking for right now. And we're going to fight to make sure every single American can go to bed at night not having to worry about the answer to that question. So I thank you for your attention tonight. I ask you to come together to find a solution to this crisis. And with that, I yield back.
Do you have a motion?
I believe I move to adjourn. Yes.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources or services, visit our website at www.canmichigan.com.